Okay, what's up, guys? This is Eric with Success Over Stress. Again, coding, TradeStation, easy language. We're working on it. It is January 21st, 2024. And I was helping Manir with the strategy that I sent to Manir yesterday. And Manir wasn't able to get all of the orders to populate, which let's look at one of the reasons why Manir wasn't able to make that happen. If you go into strategies, if you typically, a lot of folks only want one entry at a time. If you allow more than one entry at a time, then you can get in depending on how intricate your strategy is, you can get into the issue where you might have an infinite amount of orders take place. So you have to be careful with your strategies and your, especially if you have automated execution, that you don't, or that you really understand what your script is doing or going to do. So for that reason, when you go to properties for all, it will typically be off. So you can only have one entry in a direction at a time. So if your strategy is for a buy, then you can only have one buy on your portfolio at a time. And then when that buy is gone, when you've sold, taken profit, whatever, then you can put another buy on. So if you have that turned off, then when I go here, you see how there's a bunch of entries that come in this area? Now there's none. And why is there none? Because we already had an entry somewhere. We had an entry somewhere, and that entry prevented you from getting another entry. Right? So during all these bars could be potential entries because you had one entry. Let's see. It might work through this range, right? See, since you have one entry here, you cannot take another entry in that same direction. So if you go to edit studies and then strategies, properties for all, you'll see that if you allow, you can allow up to, you can put whatever number you want to, but let's just say 10. You're going to allow 10 entries in the same direction, regardless of the entry that generated the order. Okay, close. Okay, so now you have multiple entries, and it's just really dependent on how many bars you have, right? So it's going to take one entry per bar because conditionally, you're going to enter on the next bar. Once that condition is met, you're going to enter on the next bar. So you typically going to only have one entry per bar unless your strategy calls for something otherwise. So if we go to here, we go to edit easy language, you'll see the syntax. Again, if that condition is true, condition 1 or condition 2 is true, then you're going to buy at next bar at market. So again, that being said, you're going to have one bar per entry as long as you haven't met 10 entries. And so I imagine that it would take another entry on this bar. Let's see, this one. This is probably the 6940 bar, 6940. Yeah, it probably wouldn't take any more entries because these are entries for that 6940 level. But there's a lot you can do. So Manir still had a question about something though. So if Manir is able to get on, then we will look at that. If not, somebody else had a question or concern and they wanted to figure out how they could project the amount of volume in a day based on the initial volume at the start of the day. And I think that's going to be fairly complicated to figure out because there's a lot of variables. But I'm going to try to put something together and we'll see what we get. Okay, so we'll start with something like Tesla. And the idea that I have here is that we're going to pull the data of the volume. I don't know if we'll do the moving average volume. We're going to pull the moving average, maybe So we need to pull volume from the beginning of the day, because again, we want to use what happens at the beginning of the day to see if we can project what will happen by the end of the day. Like I said, I mean, a lot of factors go into place there, but you know, whether or not it's a bullish day, a bearish day, So let's say if it's we'll say, yeah, again, a lot of factors going into there, you know, and whether or not you're using pre-market hours to help capture the volumes average or not. So it would have to be fairly specific if you're going to use this information moving forward. So we're just going to try some. So first of all, we're going to do the 5-minute time frame, okay, and then we're going to, as far as sessions, we won't use we'll just use a regular session, so we won't use a pre and post market. All right, let's see if we can add some studies here. Where is my add study group? Apply study group, save study group, edit study group, add strategy, add study. I thought I had one that was one that's like basic chart profile. Well, that's for edit, so I need to apply study group. All right, so that being said, I'm missing one of my little toolbar thingies. So we need to take this one. I don't need to apply study group. Take that one away, and we need to add study group. Add study group. Take this and you just drag it right off of this customized screen. You drag it right up to where you want to. Wait till you see that insert, and then you hit apply. And now I can hit add study group, and then it'll come back up here. Hit basic chart profile, hit OK. Everything comes up. I have a lot on the basic chart profile, apparently. Good Jesus. Automatic scaling on the sub graph area. Okay, there we go. Now, this should be set up to be blue and red. I do my my candles are blue and red. That's how I like it. All right, so we don't need the bid and the ask down there, not for what we're doing today. So get rid of that, get rid of that. Okay, we've got the volume there. So the 5-minute time frame, we have the 200 period moving average there. So first of all, what we need to do is we need to do a show me to identify and we're going to end up printing everything out. We're going to move it to Excel, and then we're going to see what we can do with Excel. So volume, I'm going to do TS because this is primarily for somebody on the TradeStation forum that was interested in it. TS volume projection. Okay, so what do we want to see? We want the bar. Let's say every day by 10 o'clock, we're going to take the 10 o'clock bar. So time equals 10 o'clock. Okay. Time equals 10 o'clock. We'll just do that. Okay. So then when we add that, show me. TS volume projection. All these 10 o'clock bars should pop up, right? So it's green. Okay, so all these 10 o'clock bars are showing up. So at each 10 o'clock bar, we want to capture certain information. We want to capture, let's capture distance from 200 EMA. Let's capture the volume that it is. Let's capture the 6-period moving average of volume. V6 volume of 6 periods. And then we need to capture what the daily volume is, the total daily volume. Total daily volume. Okay. Now, how are we going to do all this? So, one, we need to probably use an array. So we're going to do this. We're going to say if time equals 1600, then we'll say value 2 equals text new what? Date, time. We'll put it at the low, and then we'll say what the total volume is. What is the total volume? We'll get rid of 2 there. The total volume is going to be, we got to add all the volumes up. I imagine there's a daily volume, daily volume. Let's see what it means. Represents the total trade volume of the trading day. I think that's what we're looking for. Okay, so daily volume will be 3. So actually we don't need to even put that there because we don't really have to do any calculations. So all we have to do is daily. Oh, since you have to put a string here, you have to say something like high or whatever you want to put, right? So at 1600 on every day, we'll put high there. Actually, I don't want to put it at the low. I want to put it at the high. And then instead of a string, it needs to be a number. So we're going to do num to string, and then got to put the number, and then how many decimal places. The number is the, what is it, the daily volume? How many decimal places? 0. Close that, put that. Okay, so that volume, that daily volume is decimal place. If my eyes aren't going sideways on me, then I'm gonna say that's 102,260,343. Okay. All right, give me a second, guys. I'm going to make sure that anybody who wants to join in on this chat are able to do so. Let's see. Okay. All right. Then. Okay. All right, so got that done. All right, so let's come back here, and at the time, so now we have the volume that we're looking for. All right, so let's see if we can capture. Let's see if we can capture again the distance from the 200 EMA. So that's going to be, we'll make that value 3, which is be SA 200. We'll say, if it's under 200 EMA, we want it to be a negative number. So we'll say, we'll do the open minus the SA 200. And now, actually, oddly enough, the question that they had is very similar to what I plan on doing. You know, it's been a part of, at least for the last couple of days, it's in my projected plan to do something like this, but I'm going to make it a lot more elaborate. But they just wanted to project the volume. I want to project the volume, the movement, everything. All right, so we're going to do the open minus the SA 200. If it's a positive number, then it'll be over the 200 period moving average, and then if it's a negative number, it'll be under. So that'll be value 3. Let's name that. We'll just leave it value 3. I've gotten in trouble with this before, is where I really kind of need to name this something unique. But in the meantime, we're just going to leave it as value 3. All right, so we set distance from the EMA, the volume. We'll just leave it as ticks. Okay, and then the V6 and the total daily volume. Okay, so we have the daily volume. So we have all those things. All right, so now we need to start an array. Now, how do I need to do this? Now it's going to get a little bit more complex, because typically with the arrays, I've been putting information into the array at a specific bar, not putting different numbers into the array at different bars. But I think what I can do is I can use a counter, and for every day, that counter will be the same. And then for every different value, we can use a conditional statement. Based on the bar, we can use a conditional statement to assign different. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. All right, so we're going to say, so we're going to use a counter. So we're going to be count day. I think count D is actually a, no, it's not. Okay, so we have a variable count D, 0, that. Count D is going to be equal to, well, I know that we need an array. Array, that. And then this will be, what do we want to call it? We'll call it vol P, volume projection, vol P. And then it's going to have volume, 6 period moving average of volume, distance from the 200 moving average, and daily volume. So it's going to have four dimensions. So how many data points do we want to save? So we'll go back 100 days. Go back 100 days. So we'll put 100 here. So that'll be 100 rows. And then we said what we needed for. Distance, volume, V6, total volume. So 4. So we'll put 4 here. That'll give us 4 across. Okay. And then so if time equals, we said we're going to capture it at 1000. If time equals 1000, then begin what? We're going to assign, oh, and we also have to say, and count D is greater than 1 and count D is less than, oop, I did that all wrong. I'm always getting these alligator teeth mixed up. All right, if, now how are we going to find a new day? Since we're on a 24-hour chart only, we can just say if it's a new date, right? If date is different from the date a bar ago, then we're going to count day plus equal to 1. All right, so that just says if the value of the date, which here this is January 16th, the value of the date on this, on every one of these bars, January 16th, January 16th, January 16th, January 16th, January 16th. Then we get to this bar, it's January 17th. So 1 bar ago, it was January 16th. So 1 bar ago, it was different. So you're saying if the date is different than it was 1 bar ago, then we got a new day. So we're going to count D plus equal to 1. All right. Only thing is that we need this to be declared up here. All right. And then so count D is greater than 1 and count D is less than 100. Then we're going to begin. Begin. What? Vol P, that array of what's essentially the row. The row will be count D. And what's that first column? That first column is 1. Okay, and then we're just going to repeat that because we're going to go through 4. Okay, and then this will be 2, 3, 4. Column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. Column 1, we're going to start off with the volume. But that's just going to be the volume at 10 o'clock, right? So volume at 10 a.m. Okay. 2 is going to be the 6-period moving average of the volume, which would be V6. 6-period moving average at 10 a.m. All right. And then 3 is going to be the relationship to the 200-period moving average. So at this point, we know if we opened up in a bearish situation or open up in a bullish situation. All right, so that is going to be, we already made it up here. We called it value 3. Okay, so we'll say value 3. Okay, relationship to the 200 SMA. I use simple period moving average. All right, and then the fourth one is actually going to be the volume at the end of the day. So we can't capture that at 10 o'clock. We have to make another one. So we're going to end this one. And then we have to make this next one, which has essentially the same logic that this does. Because again, you got to be within the bounds of your array. To be in the bounds of your array, it says that you got to be between 1 and 100. Between 1 and 100. Okay. So you have to say, if time equals 1600, then, and count D is greater than 1 and count D is less than 100, then begin. So we have the array assigning the row number, the row for count D, and then the column will be the 4th column, and then that will be assigned to daily volume. Okay. All right, so then we would end. All right, that should be pretty good to go. Should be pretty good to go. So essentially now all we have to do is print, but let's verify, see if we have any issues. Manir study not verified. Well, I wasn't trying to verify this one, but what's going on in here that I changed around? What? Just volume projection? Oh, yeah, we need to declare the initial values here, which would be 0. All right. So we're good to go there, no errors. So next up, what we want to do. Oh, hey, Manir, you made it. You made it. Yeah, so Manir, what I'm working on now is somebody on TradeStation forums had an idea to see if we could project the amount of volume at the end of the day by using some information at the beginning of the day. And I also have the same curiosity, which I've had for a while, but I've never really known what to do with it. But as my coding gets better, now I'm having a better idea. So I've got something I want to try here. But with yours, I think yours is pretty straightforward. Let's see, let's go back to yours. And if you have your TradeStation platform pulled up too, maybe you can let me know what you see. But let's go. I'm just going to copy this. No, I'm just going to copy this. And well, I thought I copied it. I get off of here. Well, either way, we can use a stat chart. It's fine. Okay, so Baba. And obviously these are other scripts that I have going. All right, let's see. You know what? I don't want this. I don't want this. Because for yours, you don't need all this. We just want a bare naked chart. Copy. Paste. You know, on TradeStation, you can copy and paste charts, which is cool. All right, so we're going to go back to Baba, and we don't need this other script that we have on here, which is the TradeStation volume projection. All right, so for Baba, we want to go back and add the strategy for Manir. It's not on. Right click, strategy, Manir. There. Okay. All right, then again, like we were talking about earlier, Manir, you need to make sure that you do have multiple entries turned on. So I've got 50 turned on right now. And let's see. Got that turned on now. Yep. So, ooh, open position 30,000. That's a lot to have as an open position. But I think I'm back a lot of days on that. I'm back 15 days. And this is a 5-minute time frame. So, what is this doing different? Because I pulled yours up several times and yeah, maybe 50 transactions is too much at one time, or maybe it's not enough. I don't know. And then with yours, you can do the strategy optimization report too, so you can figure out what's the optimal number of. Well, I don't know if you can do it with number of positions or not. I bet you can. Now, I don't know how to do that with the strategy to limit the number of positions that you take. So that's one thing that I don't know. But let's see, what do we have for settings? 2020, 80, 5-minute time frame. Go to the 1-minute time frame. Yeah, something's different on this chart. Because now it's saying 18,000 open. 0.2, 0.2. To a gap of 0.2 to take profit of 0.2. That's it. Properties for all. Fixed shares. Huh. Well, this must be similar to what you were. Okay, you're doing do it for 1 day. Change time frame to 1 minute, 1 second. 1 second and 119. All right, so 119, 1 day. Then you want to do the 1 second time frame? The 1 second? All right. All right, so 1 second time frame on 119 going 1 day back. This is what I get. I get net profit of 5,700 with an open position of 1,900, and it took 285 trades. Is that what you get? That performance graph, you know, again, no stops, no stop losses, right? So you're not really going to have much of a drawback because you don't have any stop losses. You're holding on to all of your stop losses. So, and again, you know, not a good thing, not a bad thing, but like I said, I mean, if at the end of the day you cleared 5,700 and realized profit, and you're holding on to 1,900, as long as you can get out of that position at the end of the day, then that looks like a profitable day to me. Yes, then we can see 1 second. Okay. Because I think I saw your email, and what was I thinking with your email? No, you did not do one. I didn't do 1 second. I thought that was 1 second. Yeah, this is 1 second. See on the background right here? This is a 1 second time frame. And then if you pull up the customized symbol, you see it's 1 second. Oh, I'm 2 days back. There's 1 day. All right, there we go. All right, so on 1 day back, all right, roughly 5,800, 1,900. Performance graph. There are your settings. 20% gap, 20% take profit. $80 is your starting price. Zoom into the morning. We will scroll over. All right, again, on the 1 second time frame, you got a lot going on. So about what area are you looking at in the morning? This is the beginning of the day. I think you were saying that yours wasn't capturing a lot of the trades. But I seem to have quite a bit of trades captured here. $9.30. Yep. All right, so at 9:32, you should only have one single buy. 9:32. All right. 9:32. Yeah, so, and that's one of the things I did notice about yours, Manir, is so we're buying 100 shares at a time. So I noticed that when you, I think that maybe when you mentioned that 500 or 600, so this is not buying 600. This is your cumulative position, right? So here you bought 100 and you took another order of 100. Now you got 200. Took another order, now you have 300. So we're only taking one order at a time. So if you look at 9:32, you go from 500 to 600. So you only took one order of 100 shares, right? So if we were to change that number of the settings, if we were to change it to just one share instead of 100 shares, you would notice that number go, instead of 1 to 100, to go 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. So if we change this to 1, then now it goes to 1 share. Bought another 1 share, bought another 1 share, another 1 share. So these are your cumulative numbers. And then once you sell shares, how many ever you sell, or here, it looked like you took profit on 1 share, right? So you had 10, you took profit on 1, and then from there, now you have 9, and then you add another one here, and you went to 10. Which, oddly enough, though, okay, that's why. No. Which one did this take the profit from? It must have been this one, 67.06. 6706. $67.07. All right, let me see. No, 100 share, but one buy order only at $67. Well, now that I don't know how to do here, because again, on the 1 second time frame, the strategy says that when you find yourself in that range, in that $67 range, that you're going to buy how many ever shares the next bar at market. It's just that here at $67, around the $67 area, you have 1 bar, 2 bar, 3 bar, 4 bar. You have a bunch of bars at that price level. And so if you only want one entry at that price level, then you're going to have to limit how many orders are allowed to go in that direction. Or you're going to have to increase the time frame. I don't know of any other way to do that. Let's see, so at $67 at 9:32 a.m. you would send one single order at 100 shares. Wait. Right. But that's what I'm saying. If you're only wanting one transaction to be on the board at a time, then you change that number, but then you get way less transactions. Right? So you change this properties for all, you'd only say, I want one order on at a time. And then you only get one order on at this $67 level. You get one order on. And I mean, you can move that to 100 shares, and that's fine. Now you get 100 shares at $67 at 9:32, that general time area, and then you take profit when it moves up to that range. But now instead of getting a bunch of different orders, now you just get that one order, but you get multiple shares. And then if you set it like that, for mine, the performance graph shows that, and the performance summary. Oh, I think I clicked on something. Performance summary shows this, which that's not bad either. I mean, make 260 and have an open position of $38. That actually looks, I don't want to say look better or worse, but to have $40 open and with having profited already $260, you clear it 220. That's that almost, to me, it might look a little better than the other way, but again, it depends on your risk. But this one then took 13 trades. How many trades are open? No, it says how much money is open, but does it say how many trades are open? I don't think we see how many trades are open. Go to trade list. Well, I mean, since you're only one position at a time, you just have one order open. All right, so what do you think about that? Okay, let's see. That's right. Okay, now zoom out, please, so we can see 1 hour. Now, if you pull out to the 1 hour, now it's really going to change. So, are we still on 1 day? Now, do you want to do it on just that 1 day still? Of 119? One day of 119. Interestingly enough, I think I would expect for it to show an order here. At least one order. Yeah, the high and the low, if the one of those prices are between the high and the low, well, from 80 every 20 cents. Yeah, I think I would expect, oh, you know what? It's probably have to do with the max bars back. Can I change that there? Yeah. All right, so you change the max bars back setting for the strategy, and now you do get orders there for the 60-minute chart. And then on that one, we're seeing, again, one open position. Doesn't look as good as the other time frame. Made $40, you're holding on to 24. So, you know, what, 1 to 3, something like that. All right, and then back to the 1 second. And then back to the beginning of the day. Feel like, yeah, every time when you have these defaults in, so when you change the time frame, it constantly changes the intervals and everything like that. So the dates. All right, so 119 on the 1 second time frame, we have those, and I'm getting 280 and 38 for the performance like such. Is that pretty much what you're looking for? And if we scroll from left to right, there it hit its profit target. Yeah, I was wondering why I wasn't taking any more trades. It's because it was still had an order in position. And there it decided to buy again. It got to that range of 67.40, right? That's one of the regular increments, or of 20 cents. So it got down to the 67.40 mark, and so it took an entry. It found its profit at 67.60, which is right. And then it got up to around the 67.80. Yeah, 67.80. That's that next 20 cent gap, and then it took its profit at 68. Yeah, so it's working right. What do you think? No trade at 67.20 at 9:35. 67.20 at 9:35. 9:35. 67.20. I don't see a 67.20 at 9:35. 67.20 is down here. That's your 67.20 line. 9:35 is right up in here. So it took an order at 67.40, right? And it couldn't take anything. It couldn't take anything for 67.20 when it hit 9:39, because it had this. It was already in position at 9:35 at 67.40. And again, that's where you kind of get limited by the number of orders that you already have in position. And at some point in time, I may learn that you can modify that from the script, but I don't know that you can modify how many positions that you take from the script. So yeah, I mean, it looks like it's externally controlled by the settings, the properties for your strategies. It's not controlled by the script itself. We on the same page? Let's see. All right, 6705, no buy order as well. 6705, you won't get an order at 6705 because your increments are 20 cents. So 20 cents is not an increment of $80. You know, you'd have 79.80, 79.60, 79.40. You'd have that. So nothing on the 5. You wouldn't have anything on the 5. 67.05. What time frame are you looking at? Yeah, same thing for 67.15. You would not have an order there because your increments are increments of 20 cents. Your gaps or your increments are of 20 cents. Now, if you did want it to take entries at every 5 cents level, then you change this gap from 20 cents to 5 cents. And I mean, we can do that. Just change that there. You know what? I don't think it'll change on the study right away. You have to go here, double click it, go to gap, click that 0.05, hit OK. And now you've got a different setup. Unless I didn't, might have an error. See, 0.05 gap. I think the only difference from 0.05 is that, well, no, you should still have something in here. I know this is not specifically what you're looking for, but I'm just trying to figure it out for myself now. All right, so if you do 0.05, multiply that by 100 iterations, that is $5. If you start at $80, $80 minus $5 is $75. None of these prices fall between 80 and 75. Now, if we increase that array, instead of just doing 100 iterations, we do like 500 iterations, then it'll drop down to the $67 range. But instead of doing that, let's change the target price, the initial price, to $70 instead. So it'll essentially range from $70 to 5 below. So 70 to 65, and it should capture something on this screen on this day. So change that to 70. Hit OK. Hit that. There we go. Okay. All right. So now it's taking it increments of 5 cents, right? So you bought here. Yeah. So this candle here across the a 5 cent increment. Yeah, of 67.35, right? This is a 67.35 bar, and so you bought on the next bar. You bought here. This bar here, the high and the low cross 67. What did it do? Oh no, it bought here. So this bar here, you can zoom in on it. This bar here crossed 67.55, right? So that between the high and the low. And so you buy on the next bar, you buy on this bar. All right, so 67.15. 10 a.m. Do you have a buy? Let's change the value to 67.50. So you want to change the initial price to 67.50, and then what do you want that that gap to be? You want it to be 5 cents so you can take it on the 5 cent. At any rate, we still capture anything that happened on this specific day, because it's pretty much hanging out around $67 to $70. Well, so now since the price went up to $69 and you had your top price at $67, $67.50, you're not going to capture anything in the $69 range. But at $67.50, you're looking at, well, it looks like it closed everything out. At $67.50, it took 3 trades. You profited $60. There's your performance graph. Took 3 trades, and it closed them all out on the 1 second time frame, with $67.50 as being your target price, your top price, and 5 cents being your increments, your gaps. All right, back up to 20 cents. All right, so back up to 20 cents. You only got 2 trades that time, right? Because now your gap is much bigger. And like I said, technically you left trades off the table by setting your top value at $67.50, because this day went up to $70, $69.80. So if you move your number down to move it up to $70, then you capture those trades that happen at the top of the day as well. So that's the beginning of your day there. Oh yeah, and Munir, smash the like button. I mean, can we get a like? Come on. All right, move it to $70. Yeah, let's move it to $70. All right, so strategies. $70. All right, so it's $70. Go back to the performance summary. Nah, that's not right. $70. What did we have the? The gap at? Did I change the gap? 20 cents. Oh, 670. Wow. Well. You know, I have those fast typing fingers. Sometimes they get ahead of me. All right. That's the thing I like about coding. It's so exact. If you don't put something right, the computer's going to give you what you put in. If you are a rotten tomato for the day, then the computer's going to tell you you're a rotten tomato. It's not going to sugarcoat it and be like, well, baby, it's okay. No. If you put this stuff in wrong, you're going to get a wrong output. So that's what I like about coding and whatnot. I guess I'm special like that. All right, so we're at 280 and 38 on that. Yeah, you see I did the 670. Yep. So phrase list. Yeah. And I mean, like I said, you might find a sweet spot where you're willing to take a risk and have a number of open positions open. But again, when we looked at having multiple trades still going on in one direction, you know, it really increases your risk at the end of the day. And, you know, you could get burned by that. So even if we said, all right, allow for 10 trades in the same direction at a time, then now you're taking 107 trades instead of whatever we had before. And it changes your performance. To instead of making $200, now you make $2,000 and you got $390 left on the table, which again, you know, I don't know what your risk tolerance is. That may make a lot of sense for you. All right, so Now when it was going down, it should keep buying at every 20-cent decrement price. Yep. Only issue is not place a second buy order when you already have an existing buy order. Correct. But again, the only way for that to happen is saying that if you have an order at $70 and it moves down to 69.80, you haven't closed out $70 yet. So when it moves down to 69.80, that decrement, it's just going past that, unless you turn on and allow for it to take that second position. But that, that's up to you, because you can turn that on. But if you turn that on, then again, now you're in this position here where you can have multiple positions taken. But at the same time, I think I see what you're saying. I think you want to, when it's at $70, you want to take one position at $70, regardless if it consolidates at 70 for a while and then drops to 69.80, then you can take another position at 69.80. And then while it's at 69.80, it might go up and down at 69.80 for 20 hours. But you only want to have one order at the 69.80 level, instead of having multiple orders in on this same level. You just want to have one order at that level. Gotcha. I'd have to think about that one. That's going to be, because I know we can use average entry price, and that can tell us if we have what our average entry price is. However, that'll work for having one position on at a time. But once you get that second position on, because if you were in at $70, you could say, hey, computer, if I'm in at $70, don't take any more orders. You can set that in the strategy. But once you get in at 69.80, now your average, you got in at 70 and you got in at 69.80. Now your average is 69.90. That's a lot more cumbersome, calculative. That's a lot more difficult if to then say, all right, well, if I'm in at 69.80, don't take it. Let me see if there's anything. Let's see what entry price says. Because for the specified position, as an entry price of 2 positions ago, that might do it. Only thing is, we need to be able to count how many positions we're in so that we can do the subtraction for that, so we can find out. And I think that's going to require an array as well. Entry price of 2. Entry price of position 2, because we need to say, what's the entry price of the first entry? What's the entry price of the second entry? What's the entry price of the third entry? What's the entry price of the fourth entry? What's the entry price of the fifth entry? We're going to have that in an array. We're going to check all those. And if one of them is, if it's true for said price, then don't take the entry of said price. Don't take another entry of said price. Yeah, that would work. That would work. Now that's going to take a little bit more time for me to figure out though. So I mean, I could play with it here for a little bit, but that's going to take some time for me to figure out. When I get it figured out, I'll come back on and I'll do a video on it, but I know that that's going to take some time to figure out. I mean, I'll probably sit on here and play with it for a while. I'll just put my music on. But was there anything else that you kind of saw that you wanted to change with this strategy? Yeah, because we need to make another array and we need to make a loop. And then I need to see if there is something that tells us the total number of orders. Yeah, okay. And did you press the like button, Manir? Okay, I'm waiting on that. I am waiting on that. Field orders. I'm waiting to see that little thumb go ding. That's what I'm waiting for. Exit orders not pyramid. Okay, all right. Thank you. But I think that's doable. And I appreciate you for giving me this opportunity because like I say, every time when I have to learn something new, it develops my coding skills. So yeah, I mean, I appreciate the complexity that you're adding to this thing. Orders class. Yeah, this is getting into a whole new level here. So yeah, this might be interesting to see how this pans out. I didn't even know that you could add objects to a strategy. Let's see. Well, you do it like that? Total number of objects present in the current instance. So order object associated with a specified index. Specify order object. Hey, yeah, no, I appreciate you, but yeah, I'm gonna you can hang out if you want to. I'll just be on here for a while. I'll just take the screen and everything down, and I'll just get at it, and you can just put something up in the chat if you need me. Otherwise, I can't play music on here. I think it's got to be approved and all that kind of stuff. So I'm gonna put my music on, and I'm just gonna code for a while. But if I hop off before then I'll come back on and just say something. Otherwise, I'll communicate back with you through email, and I'll probably come back on at some point and just do a summative video so other people can learn what I've learned. Okay, but yeah, you too. Hey. Did you think of something? Oh yeah, thanks. Thanks. Yeah, I just hit it, I think, yesterday. Yeah, I appreciate everybody for joining in, and yeah, we're trying to do something special here, because like I said, coding takes a lot of the guesswork out. But it is, like we said before, it is fairly exact. So, and you can see from the search here, there's a lot that we can choose from, but being able to find the right thing and incorporate it properly is it's an art. Oh, maybe that's what we're looking for. Current entries. Yep, I think that's what we're looking for. You were 94? Yeah, it's I'm excited. But how much do you play around with TradeStation, with Easy Language? Is it kind of like a side hobby, or are you trying to get real serious about it, or what's your level of interest with coding? I'm gonna kind of comment this part out and then just see if this is the right thing that I'm looking for. At least for starters, if it's the right thing I'm looking for. Let me see. Hey, I think I can get back up here. Yeah, there we go. All right, so. Is that it? Current entries? Yeah. That doesn't look right. That can't be what I'm looking for. Current entries. Because I'm thinking at 9:30, since this is 900 and 1,000, we're doing 100 at a time. This should say that we have 10 entries by 9:31. So all right, let's once clear the print log. Okay, multi-chart. So that's the one I was trying to think of, multi-chart. I think we have a guy named James. He comes on from time to time. He reminds me that I'm still in 2023, which I finally got everything labeled 2024. But yeah, he was mentioning that. Yeah, James, what's up, man? Oh, this is James. Man, I've been talking with Manir so long, I didn't even realize that that was you, James. Yeah, I appreciate it. Let's see, use multi-chart. Yep, I saw that on your comment the other day. Yeah, and I looked. I didn't realize that there was another language that was as similar. But as far as you know, is it just Easy Language and Power Language that are, somewhat similar? Because it'd be nice to be able to take this knowledge to another platform if need be, but because it's not quite anything like ThinkScript at all. But yeah, Manir's got quite a little bit of a challenge for me here, but it's all good. It's all good. Okay, yeah, there we go. All right, so if time is 9:31, are all these at 9:31? Yeah, they are. Okay. Yep. Okay, so current entries is right. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, unfortunately, you know, I don't think that you had the option to really do anything with strategies in ThinkScript, right? I don't think ThinkScript. I know you couldn't automate anything, but could you make strategies and show like entries and exits in ThinkScript? I don't remember. Okay, so we're going to use current entries to be our count, I think. Yeah, we're going to use current entries to be our count. And that's going to count how many positions we're in. And so, I'm thinking we can use that for our array to oh, you never used ThinkScript? I thought that you were working with ThinkScript. Or were you doing something else with was it C++? What version are you using? What coding language are you working with? Okay, I think I'm gonna say if current entries is I don't think that's the same. Especially if we remove an entry. Then we'll have a different count. And then we'll overwrite our previous count with the new entry. So that's not going to work. Not like that. However, we should be able to count how many total entries we have. Yeah, C++. All right. Zero chart. Man, I remember when I guess I was getting ready to go off to college. I did some programming, and I was initially going to be a computer programmer, which is weird. I went to physical therapy, but I was initially going to be a computer programmer because we did some coursework at the community college while I was in high school. And I was great at computer programming. Like, I was helping the other students, right? So I went to college to be a computer programmer. And then somewhere along the line, I didn't like being behind a computer all day. And then I went the route I was going to be an anesthesiologist. And the doctors gave me the wrong rub. So I met a physical therapist there on campus, and he was telling me about it. So that's how I became a physical therapist. But I still like the programming algorithms and everything like that. But we started with C++ when I was back in high school. So yeah, so I know a little bit about C++, but I assure you, I don't know it. I don't remember anything about it now. I assure you. But I'm gonna see if I can. I'll get a basic. I want to at least understand that I can get a basic count of all the orders that happen using current entries. So I'm gonna say if current entries is different from current entries a bar ago, then count we put count O, so we're counting orders. Count O plus equals 1, and then we'll go up here and then we'll declare the count O. Gotta put that thing inside the brackets. Okay, so current entries. So that makes sense then. That makes sense. Okay. So for current entries, it doesn't have any historical data. So in other words, and I don't know how it is with other languages, but bid and ask are like that, right? So at one point, and that's one of the reasons why I got a newer computer, 1 for the programming, 2 just so I could let my computer run throughout the day, and I'd let bid and ask run all day long, so I could then see what the bid and ask, how the movements were. I could use that as a way to find out what the small changes were with the market. You can't reference the bid a bar ago or 10 bars ago. You can see what the bid is on the current bar. You can't ask the computer what the bid was a bar ago. And I imagine that's probably just a TradeStation thing. I know it's a lot of data, so it's not available. And so probably if you were with a different platform, or you probably could pay for it, but it's not something that is offered for the TradeStation platform, which, like I said, I mean, I get it, but at the same time, I would love to be able to use that data and store it, so. And I think at one time, I'll try it here, but I think at one time I tried to store it. You know what? Now I can do that. Now I know how to do that. Okay. It'll still require a lot of data and saving. But yeah, I guess all you have to do is make an array to record those values in the array every step of the way. Because what happens if you record current entries, if you say like value 7 equals current entries, then that's fine. It'll, dang it, I keep misspelling that thing. I feel like that's way too long. On bar 1, it'll record current entries at 10. And then when you get another current entry, bar 2 should be 11. But instead of being able to assign 11 to value 7, I mean, you can, and it will, but then it lost the value of bar 1. So if you use an array, and now you say, okay, first bar, it was this. Second bar, it was that. Third bar, now I can save it, and now I can reference it back. Okay, but that's another array, and I'm not sure how that, because I've really started using these arrays a lot the last couple of days or a week or so, and I really don't know how much computer processing it takes to do these arrays and these loops. So I'm sure I'll find out over the course of time when I'm setting an array to capture like 1,000 points of data, or 100,000 points worth of data. So, but yeah, that's cool. Okay. That's cool. I think that's going to help me with some other stuff. All right, so the hassle of making another array. All right, so man, I was working on another script before I started in with Meniere's, and I was making an array there, and it was also a 2-dimensional array. So I think this one, it would need to be both the number of entries and let me see, the number of entries and the bar number or the time. Which one do I want to do? Current entries. We just want to call this one, we'll call this one new entries. New entries. Hate long form and stuff. Let's just start with this. We'll go 100, and then we'll say declare it as being 0 initially, and then we're going to say if we still have to be able to say that current entries is different from the one before it. No, we have to just capture the value of every current entry and then put it in a loop to compare it to the one before. Eesh. All right. So since we don't need to record it for every bar, we can say if current entries is greater than 0, and what are we going to use as a count? We're just going to have to count every bar. Current entries is greater than 0. I don't want to count every single bar. I mean, I feel like, yeah, there's got to be something else we can use. It'll come to me. If current entries is greater than 0, then begin. Current entries is greater than 0. Then we're going to begin. We're going to assign new entries. Okay, we're going to call something, we're going to call it new E plus equal 1, and then we're going to say new entries is equal to, or new entries of new E is equal to current entries. All right. And I think we just end it. So what we're using to count will be, and new E is greater than 0, and new E is less than or equal to 100. All right. Current entries, less than 100, then begin new E plus or equal to 1. Then that'll assign that, the row, that'll assign it to current entries. I really kind of do need to put the bar number. Yeah, won't take but a second. Let's copy this. Copy, paste. This will be the second column. This will be the first column. This will be bar number. And then this will be 2. Okay. Bingo, bango. It's got to be a colon. Okay, so now we can say we're going to say print. Now we're going to print, see what we have in those, in that array. So we're going to print the time, and then space, and then we'll print the current entries, which is new entries, that new E, I'm on 1. Nope, that. Where? New E. Gotcha. Got to declare that new E. All right. All right, fingers. What are we doing here? Current entries. Again, with the current entries. Too long. You say what now? Current entry. Oh, yeah. Right. We can't do that. We know that now. Okay. Well, that was a lot. It did everything, and then it looks like it cleared the print log, which it shouldn't have done. Should have cleared the print log first, because it's only going to do it once. It'll clear the print log, and then it will print. So refresh that. All right, Sierra chart has the market profile with bid ask history. Wow, okay. Nah, TradeStation doesn't have the bid ask history. Actually called volume by price study, contains bid ask history for each bar. Yeah, I'm actually very curious about that. Let's see, in TradeStation it's called volume ladder footprint. Now you might be teaching me something new here, volume ladder. Because I know I went on the TradeStation forums before and asked for it and said that I was trying to do, and nobody seemed to be able to. You know, the experts there, I think they're employed by TradeStation. They said that that it's non-historical data, so you know you can't do anything. You can't access the past bid ask information. Volume ladder footprint. I don't see a volume ladder under indicator, or I know some of those things are under like probability map, activity bar. No. Is it possibly just changing the actual change the settings? Point and figure, Renko, baseline break. Volume ladder footprint. Is it under style? Point and figure. Ah, okay. Hey, man. Well, I'll have to check into that, because I would pay for that kind of data. Now, I wouldn't pay a whole lot. You know, and let's not get ahead of ourselves. I wouldn't pay a whole lot, but I would pay for that data. Because, yeah, I think that bid and ask, I mean, I've seen it. I've watched charts. I look at them on the 1 second time frame. I look at it on the 5 tick time frame, and I see, you know, bid and ask, the spread changing. I see all that stuff, but I can't hold it long enough to be able to manipulate it. it's not free. It's not, you know, I can't access that historical information. So I'll look into that. I'll look into that. I appreciate that. I'll let you know what I find out. Okay, so back on the 1 second time frame when we're trying to see how many orders we have. Current entries, it's kicking me back zeros. So, that's why, because it is, that's because we're only asking for it to tell us the first bar. If current entries is greater than 0, well, we never get into this array because new E is never going to be greater than 0, because new E would only be greater than 0 if it gets down into this array. So this would never be activated. So, current entries is greater than 0. And this is why arrays and loops are always so elusive, you know? It requires you to work a maze and then come back on the outside of it and then notate it and then debug it. So current entries is greater than 0. We do want that. I mean, I could get into this array, but well, we'll just make it greater than or equal to 0. Yeah, because we assign 1 here first before it gets here. So now 1 is right here. That's the main problem, is that you need to make sure that you, well, typically you want to make sure that you have 1 in this first spot here, because if you're using anything that TradeStation calls on the array for, it's going to utilize 1 to 100, not 0 to 100. So that'll work. So we'll say greater than or equal to 0 and then verify it. There we go. All right, now it tried to go outside of the array, which I said don't go over 100. New E is less than or equal to 100. Oh, I think what happens is because it's equal to 100 here. Well, it's equal to 100. It'll go through the sequence where it'll be equal to 100, and then it is equal, so it then tries to come back into it, and then it becomes 101, and then it tries to assign. Okay, so we need to make this 99. All right. Bingo. $18.51 is the last. Now this thing only. Where are our orders at? Because we should have entries. Oh, I think we lost it whenever it went outside the bounds of the array. Sometimes it'll kick up an error screen, and then it'll just take the strategy off of the computer. You see it turn it off, so you have to actually literally go back in and turn it back on. I've wasted so many hours on that before. Okay. Two? Is 2 right? Okay, wait a minute. All right, so now we're back to the issue to where, as far as what it's printing, it's only printing that first value in the array. No, it's not. It's printing whatever new E is. So it should be printing. All right, let's make sure that new E is increasing when we have new orders. That's the main thing. That's the initial thing that we want to see, that there's a increase in the number of new E when we have new order. Yeah, that's not going to do it either, because current entries on subsequent bars, if you have 10 entries at 10 o'clock and you have 10 entries at 10:01, then it's going to say the number of entries, and new E would increase. It will give us a new bar number. Okay. All right. So for every bar number, we should get a new E. Now the number of current entries may be the same, but we should get a new E. All right, so you see bar numbers are going up, but the new E is not going up. Well, we'd only get that if we have a new order entered. So let's go find the new orders. Okay, there's really no new orders. There's plenty of orders toward the end of the day. Well, not toward the end of the day, the middle of the day. So let's go around 12:55 and see if we can capture the new E changing right around 12:55. It's just staying at 100 though. Does not feel right. Yep, it's staying the same. Yeah. And the same. Stand at 100. Oh, that's just simply because since we're on the 1 second time frame, we've exceeded the number of new E. So once we got up to 100 bars, right, you see it's going up here. New E started taking entries at 9:30. And like I said, I don't want to say that's the problem, but that's the thing with arrays, is I'm thinking it's great to have arrays to be able to do that, but I don't want to overtax the computer. But doing something like this would cause it to do a lot of work. So at 9:30, around 9:30, 40, something like that, we start getting new E's because we have these new orders coming in. So it's working the way that we want it to work. These are the bar numbers. So every bar number that increases, we're getting a higher new E. So around 9:32, we should stop seeing an increase. How many orders is that? Actually, it's just continuing to go up with every. Yeah, that's the problem, right? That's the problem, and that is the answer. Because we're asking it to just identify for us when there's an entry on the books. And the entry is on the books here. So yes, there's an entry on the books. Yes. Here, it should go to nothing because we exited everything. And so there should be no current entries here. But that's by 9:35. but by 9:33 we've already got our total of 100. So I don't know. I feel like I got to figure out a better way to do this. Like if I put 10,000, I got to change this to 9,999. Still wasn't enough, right? 10,000 is, yeah. We're on the 1 second bar though, you know? Yeah, I mean, and you're right. You make a good point, James. I'll just move it to the 1 minute time frame for now. That's the time frame that Munir was interested in when we were looking at the chart for their strategy. That's what they wanted, was a 1 second time frame. But as far as trying to create the strategy and just make sure that the strategy is logical and makes sense and everything like that, that 1 second time frame is way too minuscule to kind of check and do. So yeah, good point, James. Good point. All right. So here you see we went out as high as 379. So there's at least 379 bars where you have an order on the books. So now we need to figure. Now we need to ask, and this is where a loop comes in at. We need to ask when there is a. I feel like this is getting way more complicated, because now you need to ask when there is a change. When there is a change between this first one here. When there's a change. So, well, maybe not. Maybe we'll just say if new entries of new E1, as long as yeah, I think this will be okay. It might give me a error that I have to go and put a condition on this, but if new entries of new E1 is different than new entries new E1 ago, then condition. I've already used condition 1 and 2 for the strategy, so I'll say condition 5. Condition 5 equals true, else condition 5 equals false. All right. Does it like that? Didn't like that. Class type? Why? Oh, because I didn't put the second dimension. Still, I didn't like it. Because I didn't put the whole variable. All right, now what is it like? All right, yeah, so it's outside the bounds of the array, so we have to say, we have to make sure that anytime we're trying to access the array that we're within 0 to 1000. So if new E equals 0, I wonder, can I use a for statement here? But I wonder, can I use a for statement here? For now, it's a good possibility, because using the for statement is a loop, and if I enter this thing into a loop and it's not right, then it will just continue going, and I'll lock up the whole thing, and then I'll have to, yeah. So maybe I shouldn't do that. I'll do that later. Which order types are you using for each entry? So it's just a market order. it's essentially when the condition is met, it's going to enter the next bar at a market order. Could even be a problem with the ones. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, and but I think primarily we were just trying to. I think Munir was trying to get me on the same page in terms of trying to figure out what was going on with the strategy, because it was my impression that they wanted to, you know, if they got in at $80, in increments or decrements of 20 cents, they could get in at $79.80, $79.60, $79.40, and then we were on two different pages. They're okay to have to be in multiple positions at one time. They just don't want to get into the same price level more than once. So they can get in at 80 one time. They can get in at 79.80 one time. They can get in at 79.60 one time. So now what I've got to do is I've got to be able to assign or find if an entry has been taken at this price, or if this condition entered at this price already. And if it did, then we need to record that price. And if we're about to take the entry again, then we need to check that against the entries that we're already in on. So that's what I'm trying to find out, because like I said, I know we can pull up average entry price, and we can pull up the total number of current entries, but I don't know. I think I did see where we could pull up something with the entry. I was looking at something that might work. Might be a order entry. There was something I saw that might work. I think bar since entry might work also. Where a number is a whole number up to maximum of 10. Current value 68. There's been 68 bars since the entry that occurred 2 positions ago. Depending on how many, because here's a maximum of 10, so it can hold, essentially this is probably some type of an array, but it can hold up to 10. Or we'd have to use an array to capture all the orders. But I think they're going to have more than 10, so I think it'd be futile to use this one because it just run out of steam too quick. But that one could almost work. Bar since entry, because they're likely going to have too many orders. Maybe. All right, average entry price limit. Entry date, current entries. Yeah, current entries. Strategy has made 3 entries in the current position. Then there's the same thing with a maximum of 10. Turns. Actually, that one might work. If I do entry price and I set it at 1, that'll give us the current entry price. No. I mean, it's essentially what I'm doing, right, with the yeah, I wish that wasn't historical data. If it would change. I'm going through a lot right now. I'm going through a lot because if the entry price, I need to know if there's a new entry. So technically, because now I feel like I'm just going to redo this whole thing, but I don't need to redo the array. I can just hold on to the array. If I need it, I've got it. If I don't need it, then I can comment it out. But because we are entering, if condition 1 or 2 is met, then we're buying, then we could technically put in a counter right here. Another counter, like this counter is helping to make sure that we're not entering and exit on the same bar. But we can put another counter right here to tell us how many entries that we've took. It's a good idea. That's a good idea. Yep. And instead of using entry price and doing an array to try to figure out when was the last one changed, we're just going to slide something in here, and we're going to say count NO, count new orders plus equal to 1. And then we'll know how many entries that we got total. So this should be, when we get to the end of the day, this should be a total number of entries on the entire day. So, and then if we look at the performance summary, it should say the same number of trades. So watch this. It's gonna be like magic. All right, print. Let's see, we'll say if last bar on chart print. We'll just bring that one down, comment that one out. And then we'll say count NO, but we got to declare it. Count NO, initialize or declare it as 0. Last bar on chart. Oh, print. Yeah. Then print. Okay. I think I lost it somewhere along the way, so we got to turn it back on. Status, close. 84. And if we go and pull up our performance summary, 47. Now, why would that be different? Why would that be different? Condition 1 or 2. The only thing I can think of is that is conditions 1. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. 84 times was condition 1 met? So 84 times it should have bought if that is the case. All right, well, I'm going to take the last bar off the chart off, and then we're just going to see what it looks like throughout the course of the day. And that's minimally helpful because we have a bunch of numbers there. So let's now add time to the equation. Okay, we know by this time of the day here, because we bought, we hit target profit one time, but by this time of the day, by 10:14, we should have had 10 entries. So that number should be 10 by 10:14. And it's not, it's 15. Oh, well, we hit some target profits here already though. So we entered once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 by 10:21. Why do we have 15? $9.32. 1, 2, 3. By 9:40, we have 4. I think something's happening where it's wanting to exit on this bar. No, it entered and exited on the same bar. So it entered here, exited here, and it also entered on this bar. 1, 2, 3, 4. But at 9:41, 9:41 we have 4. Okay. What am I tripping about? By 9:50, we should have, what, 6? And we do. At 10 o'clock, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 10 o'clock, we should have 11. No. Should have 10 by 10 o'clock. All right, well, I guess, why do I feel like this is more accurate than this? Why do I feel like this didn't take all the trades or something that it could have taken? Something seems squishy. All right, condition 1 or condition 2. $57. Oddly enough, oh, okay. Well, I see part of the discrepancy. This is showing 47 trades. 47 long, 0 short. But on the trades list, it's showing 57. And I think that's because the these last 10 are still open. So the question is, why isn't it showing, instead of this number needing to be 47 here, it took a total of 57 trades. We have 10 open, but this is saying, the print log is saying that the condition was met 84 times, even as far as having another condition met at 340. Let's see what happened at 340. At 340, nothing was taken. And the condition was met. Oh, I see. I see. The condition, okay. Nope, I don't see. I don't see. Because, oh, I see. I see. Because we have a maximum number of, we set the maximum number of, and this is just a function of the properties of the strategy. We set the maximum number of positions to take at 10. So once we get up to 10, now we still are meeting the criteria. The condition is still being met, yet we're not taking any new orders because we set the maximum number of orders to be 10. So, like I said, the condition was met here, 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 here. It would have been met here and here. So the condition was met multiple times, but we didn't take positions. So for that reason, that new way that I was going to do of counting the number of times the condition was met wouldn't work, because there is the strategy that we have, but then there's the external properties of the strategy that actually controls whether or not you take an order. And I set to 10. So just because this condition was met doesn't mean that we're being put in a new position. So this is a simplistic way that we could have used to find out how many times the condition was met, but it's not a way that we can find out how many times we were put into a new position. So back to the complex way. Glad I wasn't wasting all my time on that. Nevertheless, not gonna be as easy as we thought it was. All right, so back to the drawing board. Back to the drawing board. All right, so we have new entries, current entries, bar number. We were taking the current entries, and if it was greater than 0, then we capturing all those bars. There's got to be a better way, because we have to set a high number of bars for the arrays, and there's got to be a better way. But if Manir is just trading, 1 day at a time, then then this should work for this number of bars, and we can increase it. But still, I want something to be so that we can set it up over. Well, I guess you don't have to set it up over 1 billion bars, because if you're trading live real time, then you just don't need to have a chart up with 100 days worth of data. But if you're trading like a tick time frame, then you need maybe a couple 100,000 bars worth of data. Anyway, all right, so we're going to add to new E. We're going to take new entries, and that's going to be our array. We're going to assign the row of new E to the column of 1, and that will be current entries. Okay, so we have all those. So now what we want to do is compare new entries of the current bar to new entries of a bar ago. So now we're back to where we were, which was here. And then we're going to say that if, I thought I had another squiggly line. Yeah, there we go. For new E, greater than or equal to 1, and new E is less than or equal to 9,999. Well, I said we could do 4, but that would be using a loop, and we don't want to get in trouble with that right now. I'll try that some other time. Let's say if new E is that, then begin. We're going to begin if new integer is that, then condition 5. All right, end. Verify that. Okay, so now we want to know when condition 5 equals true, because those will be the bars at which we had a new entry. Okay. So we'll keep the time and we'll do condition 5. Or we could put if condition 5. Let's do this. We'll put if condition 5 equals true, then print that, and then we'll print the current entries. Okay. All right. All right, now the question is it right? All right, so we'll go back. You're seeing it says we have a new entry at 9:33, at 9:37, at 9:47. $9.33, $9.30. We got one at 9:34. There's one at 9:37. Yep. 9:47, 9:48. 9:53, 9:54, 9:56, 9:59, 10:02, 10:09. Yep. Nothing at 10:18. Yeah, 10:18. So okay. Because at 10:18, if the current entries is above 0, then we're capturing the data. And then we said that current entries needs to be, this gets a little bit more complex even. So I'm gonna have to do a little bit more research and come back with it, because the problem is, like here, if you have, right now, the number of entries is whatever it is X, is X, is X, is X. All X's are above 0, so we're capturing those numbers. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find out when that number changes. I'm trying to say if that number changes, then we have a new order. We have a new entry. Just because it changes doesn't mean we have a new entry. Right here, the current entries change. Yeah, it went down. And we captured that, and we're trying to say that that's a new order, but it's not. It's actually taking profit. It's actually reducing. So we could say, okay, well, if the number of entries increases, so it went from 8 entries to 9 entries. So if it increases, now we have a new entry. Well, maybe, except for when you get over here like this, where you had 1 entry, right? And then you had another entry. Okay? But do you know that you had another entry based on your current position? No, you don't. Because your current entries was 1 here and it's still 1 here. Why is it still 1? Because it was 1 here, and then when you bought, it went up to 2, but then when you sold, it went back down to 1. So as you leave this bar, it still won. So now, if you were looking at current entries, you would never know that you took on a new position here. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do a little bit more research, and it's gonna have to be a little bit more complex, probably. Or there's something in there that will allow it to be more simplistic, but I don't know what it is. So, but I am up for a challenge. So I'm gonna look around on here for a little bit more, and then I'm gonna go into dark mode as I figure it out. Entry price. The only thing I don't like about entry price is it has a maximum number of entries on it. Let's pull up entry price and then see if we can find out what the not the definition, but I want to see what the code is on it. All I see is a definition. Sometimes you can open the function here. Let's go open here and see if we can open the function of entry price. TradeStation doesn't want you messing with it. I understand why. But for a lot of stuff, you can change it. Entries today. Entries today. Entries today. I think that might work. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, so if we put entries today as the last bar on the chart, then we should get what? 57, right? Because we looked back at it and we saw that there were 47 entries, 57 entries, but there were 47 that were realized profit. There were 10 open positions. So let's go here and then we'll do, if last bar on chart, we'll do entries today. Now, again, if you're doing this over a long period of time, over multiple days, then this specific one will not work. So I probably would rather use something different that will work for multiple days. Because I don't know that you can do a range. I'd figured that it would let me just put in quotations there. I mean, it is today, right? Why do we have to put the date? 124, this is for 119, 124-0119. Well, we know it's not 7. Or does 7 mean... No, I was going to say, does 7 mean just how many orders are open? show us 10 orders that were open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No. Oh, that doesn't necessarily mean that's the ones that are open. That one's open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, there are 10 open. Print. Get rid of that one. 7. It says for the entry for January 19th that there are 7 positions. Entries today. They were taken throughout the specified date. Right? So if it can't even get it right, then how am I supposed to get it right? And this is the TradeStation function. If the last bar on chart, then print. All right, well, we'll just print them all and just see how they increase as the day goes on. Yeah. It's increasing as the day goes on, but that's not what the chart shows. Chart shows a lot more entries were taken than that. So maybe this doesn't show everything. Let's see. James, we changed to 1 second to trace that over. Yeah, I was telling James that. I think yeah, we're just trying to zoom in on how we're on different pages in terms of what we're looking for in the strategy. So now that we know what we're looking for, it's yeah, it's turned out to be a little bit of a bear, but that's all right. Here today, the function returns the number of strategy positions. Yeah, but it didn't get it right. It didn't get it right. Ah, there you go. The function is limited to looking back 10 positions. So the maximum number of entries today that could be reported is 10. Ah, there were 10 entries today. Again. Keep running into the same issues. However, it didn't even reach 10. What? It stopped at 7. Let's put a time on it. See what time it's saying, because I know that it wouldn't reach 47 entries, but it should at least reach 10 and then cap out at 10, right? Okay. Print entries for today. And then we're going to do time. $9.33. Yeah. $9.33. It got 1. 32. 32 nothing. 33 1. 34 nothing. 35 nothing. 36. Wait a minute. 33, 34, 35, 36. Well, since it should be cumulative, it should say 1 here, it should say 2 here, it should say 3, 4, 5, 6. It's not. And, you know, honestly, that's one of the things I've seen with some of the stuff on TradeStation is that the descriptions, for the most part, they're good. They're accurate. But Some of the times they're off or they're missing information, or yeah, I think we're missing some information here. Returns the number of strategy position entries that were taken throughout the specified date. Yeah, 102.06.01. Okay. All right. So again, but anyway, since that was a maximum of 10, that wouldn't work anyway. But it would be nice to know that it does work, and I'm not sure that it does. Doesn't look like it works anyway. So entries today is off the desk. All right. So, okay, now we're again stuck with the idea that the current entries will not reflect new entries. I feel like I'm going to have to do something with new entries, and then I'm pretty sure I saw a new entry. This is type strategy for automation. Entry date, time, entry price. Everything is a maximum of 10. Ooh, cool. I didn't know you could do set break even. See if I can do something with this. Entry price. If I could capture that, if entry price of 0 is greater than 0, which means that you do have a entry price for this bar, then we're going to assign it to an array. That will work. Using evaluation of strategies does not require I think. because, well, the way that Manir wants it set up, this should work, because we're going to have to ask it to give us what the entry price is. But if that entry price, say you're at $80, and then there's another bar that's $80 and another bar that's $80.20. If you got an entry of $80, it's just going to tell you the entry price. It's not going to tell you which one it was. It's just going to tell you the entry price. And then we're going to use that entry price. We're going to use that first entry price to say, hey, if you got an entry price at this, don't take any more orders at this. So it doesn't matter if this is the same or not. But in another strategy where you're trying to use something similar, you would need to know that you have 2 orders at that entry price. But we don't need to know that. So we don't have to go an extra step to figure anything out for that. So let's rewrite it. We're going to get rid of all this because it's just cluttering my mind up right now. We're going to get rid of this. Hopefully I don't need it. We're going to get rid of this. Yeah. Hopefully I don't need it. We're going to keep the array, and we're going to say I think that'll work. If entry price is greater than 0, entry price, we need the which one it is. Entry price of 0 is greater than 0, then we're going to take this, copy that, we're going to put that here. So if entry price is greater than 0 and new E is equal to greater than 0 and new E is 999, then begin, we're going to start. So we'll assign 1 to our new E. That's for our new entry. It's going to be the first column. That's going to be equal to new entries. New one is going to be equal to the entry price. Right? Entry price of 0. Okay, and then we need to compare that we don't have to compare it to anything. We just need to then say I think now we need the loop. Now we need the loop Now we need the loop to check for we need another condition. And the condition says that the price we're interested in is not this condition says that the price that we're currently looking at is not one of these numbers of the array. So between price, that price is between that, then condition equals true. Price drop counter. Ooh, I feel like we got to do a loop within a loop. Or put this array above this loop, and if the price is between those two prices, and I'm about to mess it up. I'm about to mess it up. You know what? I should probably copy all this and then save it in another one. Uh-oh. Copy all this and then save it in another one because I'm about to mess it up. You know what? We'll save it down here. We'll just put it down here. Okay. So we're going to move this up here. And then we're going to say that if the price is between the high and the low, and it's not, and price drop counter and price drop counter is not equal to any one of those new entries. But so now we got to go through all the, we need to do a loop of the arrays. So I'm gonna bring this all the way down here because so as not as to confuse me, and price is not equal to or I'll take it outside of the this loop and just make it a separate condition. And price of, and that price and condition true. Yeah, because we're exiting this loop once we find this, so we have to do it within this loop. All right. Price is not equal to and for Nui equals 1 to 1,000, 10,000, then begin prices and begin. I feel like we could have done this with a while statement too, but for Nui equals 1 to 10,000. No, 100,000. Then begin if price, if that price is equal to new entries, Nui, first column, then condition, call it 7 equals false. Else condition 7 equals true. I think I can use a different one here. We'll do count L for count loop. And that can be count L. And then we're going to count L plus equals 1. Yeah, do that there, and then we'll come down here and say if condition 7 equals true equals false, then count L equals 1,000, 10,000. 10,001, and that'll just prevent it from going into another iteration. Yeah, so if price drop is that, then condition 7 equals false, else condition 7 equals true, and so it'll just keep going. Okay. Oh, and if the price, if between that and that and so if this is false, then it won't even, if this is false, meaning that it already found the price, then it won't even go through the loop. It won't even try anymore. So it'll shut it down. If it's true, then it'll keep going through the loop until it finds, trying to find that price. If it doesn't find the price, then it'll be true. it'll be true, and then it can go on and continue the loop process to place the order. All right, I think that's it. Anyways, it makes sense to me, and which means that I'm probably halfway through. This means that I'm halfway through, I assure you. All right, got some action on here. Let me see. How about we said all initial variables use a loop and array. So for example, for 69, we have a total of 5 variables. Oh, you've already got me. You've already got me hooked now, Manir. So I'm in it. Set the array that order took in place. Later when we sell the profit, but it can buy. If price go back to that. If whenever I'll have a total of 5 variables for 69. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, but this is doable. It's just I just gotta. All right, I'm gonna press the button. We're gonna see. I'm gonna press the button. Yeah, okay. So we have some issues here. What do we have? All right. Well, that's an easy one. That's an easy one. Get rid of that. 4. For count equals count L. Oh, well, I didn't declare count L, so I do need to do that. I told you when I get into this code and stuff, I go dark for a little while. What is that 1 second time frame? Yeah, no, Manir came on and clarified that, James. It was just for the purpose of us getting on the same page with making sure that there were the orders going in when they were supposed to. But yeah, I mean, you know, you can still do it at 1 second, but like you say, that slippage, it's gonna kill you. Especially if you're doing like 1,000 shares or a high number of shares or something. Yeah, it's gonna hurt. All right, so still got an issue with my for statement. For count L equals 1 to 10,000. Then again, that end. I can't use 4. I should be able to use 4. Why can't I use 4? Let me check it back out. Yeah. Well, it doesn't say then begin, but I thought I've been doing that before. Nope. Count L. $10,000. I'm not seeing it. And I think it just doesn't want me to start it off with 4. So maybe I just need to pull this all out, put it in a condition up here, and then I can't though, because this is a part of the loop, and for part of this loop I need to be on the same page with this count R. So I can't pull it out of here. Can I do repeat here? How can I do that to make sure it works? Repeat. Repeat what? Repeat. That until count L equals 10,000. I don't think I need to end there. Ah, yeah, it's something with the fact that I'm after an AND statement. Okay, well, we'll have to do a begin. If between then begin see. If between, then begin, because I want it to be if between what did I have down here? Count R plus 1. R equals 0. So reset and count R until condition 2 equals true or count R equals 100. It's false. If price if that's between, then we're going to do condition 2. So we really, for the, okay, so all that's in between until condition 2 equals true or count R equals, okay, so we're going up to count R. All right, so let's do this. Let's indent this so we can have that bit of organization here, because we want to keep doing, we're doing repeat. This is just a reset, so we don't really need this in here, but we're going until condition 2 equals true or count R equals 100. If condition 2 equals false, then continue. Then condition 2 equals true. So we got to repeat within a repeat, right? Count R plus 1. We're going to start that every time. If between that maybe I'll make this a condition. Yeah, I'll make this a condition. And then we can just have a clean repeat in there. Okay, so if that, then condition, we'll call it 6 equals true, else condition 6 equals false. And then we're going to do the repeat statement. And we're calling that condition 7. And then we're going to do if. So this is in here. This is going to kick out condition 7 to be false. If we do find it, then it's going to kick that to be false. So until condition 2 equals true, condition 7 equals false, or condition 2 equals true, or count R. So all those will kick it out. Condition 2 equals true. I think I was calling that, so that should be condition 6. If the price is between high and low, then condition 6 equals true. Condition 2. All right, I am on to it. I've just got to now figure out what goes where. I know that I've got everything here that I need. I just got to figure out what goes where. All right, so I know that's not got to go there. Condition 2 equals. Okay, so I can take this out because I did it up top. Okay, so if the price is between there, now I don't even know what I'm looking for. If the price is between there, then condition 2 equals true. Okay. If condition 2 equals false, then continue. Continue what? Until condition 7 equals false, or condition 2 equals true. Or we get to 100. Condition 2 equals true, else condition 2 equals false. And then for the new entries, which this is the entry price. If the entry price equals the one of these price drops, then we are going to, that's going to stay count L. Yep. All right, if it equals, and then this count L, oh, okay. All right. So we changed count L here. Okay. So we're going through the cycle in here. All right. And we're going through 10,000 there. Gotcha. All right. And then, so if we've got the price between, then we can proceed. Condition 2 equals true, else condition 2 equals false. So we have to have both condition 2 true and this condition 7, Condition 2 equals false, then continue. Condition 2 equals true, then we're going to stop. Condition 7 equals false, then we're going to stop. Price drop equals drop equals new entries. Then go false. Okay, so field condition 2 false. Okay. All right. Good. Got it. So now what are we returning? Okay, so I guess by the end of it, we need to return condition 2 and condition 7. So condition 7 needs to be true. Seven needs to be true. And yeah, condition 7 needs to be true. What? The drop with the equal to the entries, we want that to be false. Condition 7 equals false. Okay. And we already addressed condition 2. We already had that set up before. So if condition 2 equals false, so we want that to be true. Okay, I think that's it. Just gotta spell condition right. All right, condition 3. Condition 3 is null and void. Okay, now do we need to address some issues? Yeah, with the array. Okay, which one? Which one? Which one? All right. Repeat. If price is then condition 7 equals false is true. Plus, if condition 7 is false, I think even when we called on asking what condition 7 is here, array maybe here, because we're doing new entries. That's the array. Count L. If count L is greater than 0 and count L is less than 1,000. And that in condition 7 equals false. It's true. Don't you give me no lip now. All right. It didn't give me any lip. But no, you know what? It probably just turned right back off. Oh no. Oh no. All right. So it's not giving me any issues. It's working. And also my computer is like, sounds like a turbine. So it has probably entered an infinite loop. Because usually, yeah. All right, what is it? Yeah, infinite loop detected in this study. Oh man. Oh man. All right, so at least it did that. I've made a study before where, man, the thing just started turning and it didn't kick it back. So I had to shut TradeStation down. So which one is the infinite loop? It does not tell you. All right, so here's the repeat. Until condition 7 equals false, or condition 2 equals true, or count R. We've got a lot of ways to get out of this repeat. This repeat here, however. Okay, so until count L equals something here, 10,000. Less than 10,000, count L equals greater than or equal to 1, or condition 7 equals false. If condition 7 equals false, then count L equals 1001. And we're going until count L equals not 1001, 10,000, 10,001. We're going until count L equals 10,000. So maybe we should just set this for 10,000. Yeah, I think probably when it got to 10,001, it didn't see equals here, or we could put greater than or equal to. It was never equal to 10,000 because once we found the answer, we set it to 10,001. And then with that, it skipped past until, and then it came back up here to repeat, started again, and went to 10,002, 10,003. So yeah, okay, that makes sense though. That makes sense, right? All right, so now we got to go back and add it to the chart. Man, I hope this is it. I hope this is it. Oh, I got butterflies on my stomach. I feel like that didn't do it though. I feel like we should have got some orders already. Yeah. So did it turn it off? No, it's on. So that's a good thing. But it just hasn't. So I think my loops and everything are okay. I've just got to make sure I have the right logic there. So condition 1, what is condition 1? Is that the target price is between high and low, which we really don't need. Condition 1, well, I mean, really don't need it, because we have all these other iterations of the target price that we're looking at. So yeah, so that's fine. All right, so condition 1 or condition 2, we'll put this in parentheses. I mean, put this in, let's see if that worked. Did not work. Condition 1 or condition 2, and condition 7 has got to be false. So condition 7 is what? Condition 7 equals false, or condition 2 equals true. Condition 7 equals false. That means that we already had an order, an entry price in our array. So so we can stop the loop. Or condition 2 equals true. Now, or count R equals 100, which we'll have to stop it then so we don't get into an infinite loop. Or condition 2 equals true. I feel like we need we need 2 of these going on or going on at separate times. I'm going to take this back out of here. And I'm going to have another one running. But this is going to be count R1. Count R1. Count R1. Count R1. Because that's going to give us our condition 2. And then we're going to take condition 2 and we're going to run all those prices. Yeah. Then we're going to run all those prices down here and then we're going to get condition 7. So we're just looking for one condition at a time. You could probably do it at the same time, but I ain't got it. It's not clicking for me. It's not clicking. So count R plus equal to 1. Okay. Where did I? Count to false, then continue. Okay. Price drop. R. Between high and low. Now I just need to figure out what I'm using for the entry price. Count R. If price drop times count R. Condition 2 times count R equals target price minus times count R. Okay. Yep. I'm gonna have to take a break and come back to it because And like I said before, I really should comment and give a little bit of a description on the side when I put stuff, when I code, because it makes it easier if you got to come back and you have to redo something. So I'm trying to figure out what I did here. So I did an array, price drop 100, so 100 iterations, and we're going to do target price minus the gap times the gap is here times counter. So that's equal to, okay, so that's going into the array. All right, so that's going into the array. All right, so we have a bunch of arrays for price drop counter. All right, and then down here we went into a loop, so we're trying to find which. So if I can jump in front of that, if I can jump in front of that loop, so this is the loop, I'm going to jump in front of it. And then if condition 7, then we'll go through this. And if we don't if we don't get through condition 7, then we never come here. And so we never get a condition 2 equals true. And so then we never. Did I need to reset that? I bet. You ain't want mama to do it? We got babies.
Hello.
Okay. It's a weekend day, so she's looks like bed all day. Okay, honey. All right, there you go.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so now I gotta go back to the beginning. All right. We had the for loop, and we did reset it there. The count R equals 0. Which one? Yeah. Which one was I wanting to keep? Condition. I'm just going to get rid of this. Hopefully I didn't need it. Count R equals 0. Count R equals 0. I've got one up here, so we're going to rock with it. All right. We've got the array for the entries. We come back down here to the repeat. This one we kept up there. Then we have the array for the entries, looking for the entry price. And then we come down here and we're going to put a loop to decide whether or not we're going to start looking for this final price. So this is going to tell us what condition 7 is. So we want it to be true if we wanted to continue on. All right, then we're going to come down here and then we'll do that. All right, so condition 7, this will be condition 7. We'll do count R. Count R. This is the same one, but I think this is the one that we are not needing. I'm gonna move it up here. Don't know if we need it or not, because I think that's the one I copied. So we'll comment it out, and then we can put it like this, so it'll just kind of disappear. All right, so then we're going to come down here, and we have the repeat. Oh no. Yeah, this goes with that. All right. This one needs to get out of the way for right now, so it's out of sight, out of mind. All right, so we're gonna put this up here. Get rid of this. Get that out. All right. So if between I've already done that. If the array prices are the same as the entry prices, that's what we have to do. So you know what? Okay. Yeah, we're saying, where is the current price at? We did an array to find out what all the potential prices are. Okay, so let's just put this up here, so I don't have to keep coming back to it. Potential prices based on gaps. All right, and then so here, assigning values for entry prices taken. All right, let's minimize that. Okay, so now we're wanting to do what? We're wanting to, because down here we're saying if, okay, it's saying if the, okay, I see. If the price is, if the high and the low, if the current high and the low are on opposite sides of this version, and we found that out by putting this in an array, then we are considering it. So no, not going to do it that way. I'm going to assign, if we find this number, if we find that price drop, this array of this specific count RL or R1 is actually between the high and the low, now it's time to start looking. So we need to find out what this value is, and then we're going to take that value and we're going to see if it is see if it's equal to one of these entry prices. I'm afraid we almost don't even need this one, or we need to redo it big time. Okay, so in order to save this number here, because it's going to be reset when it gets down here, once you get to the end of it, it's going to be reset. Or I can just reset it later, reset it down here, but it will be reset, and that's fine. Okay, so now we're just going to take this same price drop count RL, and then we can use this, because once we exit this, we'll find out what condition 2 is, and then we'll move on along. But count RL will stay the same, or R1, I don't know what it is. Count, I think it was count R1, but now we're going to say, because that's the actual price, we're going to say if that price if that price is equal to any one of the average entry prices, which I think we need to move the array down. New entries 1. If price drop is equal to new entries, and then we'll do count R, and then the first dimension here is where we get our entry price. New entries, price drop is equal to new entries, count R, then condition 7 equals true, else condition 7 equals false. And then we want to we already added another count R to it. This is going to be repeat until condition 7 equals true, or count R equals 100. And then we can reset count R for the next iteration on the next go around. Okay. Price drop of count R, L, whatever that is. New entries of count R to the first, then condition 7 equals true, else condition 7 equals false, until we're going to keep doing this until condition 7 equals true, which just means that I want to do true, false. True, else condition 7 equals false, or count R equals 100. Count R equals 0. So set your price, assign values for prices taken. Determine if current price is within one of the permissible levels. Okay, that's condition 2. Let's put on here condition 2 if true. Okay, and then we're going to come down here and we're going to determine if and here we took that level there. We took that level. So retrieve price drop level from above and determine if if entry price has been used before. Okay. I can see how this could not be the perfect script, just simply based on, well, if you start at 80 and you take a 79.80 entry, and then you take a 79.60 entry, and then you exit all of those back out. Well, I believe when it comes back down, say you go over 80 and you exit all those back out. As it comes back down, that average entry price will be found again. And when it comes back down to 80, it's not going to take an entry. So I can see how it would, maybe instead of looking back 100 bars at the last 100 entries, you might want to look at the last 5 entries or something like that. Would it work that way? Yeah. This is going 10,000 entries or 10,000 bars. It's checking 10,000 bars, so it will work for like a 1 minute or 5 minute bar for the day. Wouldn't work for like 15-second bars over 10 days. Wouldn't work. But again, as it comes back down, it's not going to catch it. So this is at least step 1 to figuring it out. But to get it to catch it to come back down, we'd have to probably put another array together that says, I don't know, if the price goes back up above say at price, then I don't know. Then remove it from the computer's memory forever. Hey man, when I get this far into it, brain's gone, brain's gone. All right, let's see. Condition 1 or condition 2 and condition 7 equals false. All right, so what are we saying as far as the condition needs to be? If condition 7 is true, then price already used. Price needs to be, our condition needs to be false. All right. And that's why if it's true, you'll stop. If it's false, you'll keep looking. Or you'll stop when you get to 100. Boom. Okay, so condition 7 equals false, which it needs to be. All right. Condition 1 or condition 2 and condition 7. Woo! That spelling gets progressively worse. And then when you fix it, you make it worse. There we go. Okay. I think we got it. I think we got it. I don't think we got it. We got it. I don't think we got it. Let's see what it says. Let's see what it says. Woo! I see a lot of buys in the same little area though. Let's see what the trades list says. Yeah, I think this is still buying in the same, off of the same levels. So So it used the 67. Probably use the 40, 6740 mark to enter on this one. And then this one didn't hit 40. This one did hit 40, and so it took another entry. So it didn't work. So we're determining the potential prices based on the gaps. That one's easy. We got that one. The new entries. This is the part that could be the fishy part. All right, so the new entries, we're going to have 10,000. We'll have two places there. One can give us a bar number if we need it, but we don't really need it. So we're going for entry price. If the entry price of the current bar is greater than 0 and the counter is greater than or equal to 0 and less than 999, then we're going to add 1. And so therefore that first entry is the first position. That's going to be new entries. It's going to be assigned to entry price of that current entry price, which, like I said, it should be greater than 0. Oh, dang it. Been doing all this work and it's not it, because this is the entry price. We don't need to compare it to the entry price. We need to compare it to the entry trigger price. The entry trigger price is this guy. So we come down here to condition 7 and we determine if the price is within the permissible levels. Condition 2 equals true. Repeat. Count R1 plus 1 equals 1. If price drop, count RL, count R1 is between the high and the low. Between the high and the low, then condition 2 equals true. I feel like we need to have an array that assigns these values. Yeah, we need to have an array that assigns these values. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of this one altogether. I mean, why not? It didn't work. All right, so we're gonna go repeat, and then we'll say, all right, so we'll say if condition 2 equals true, which means that we did find a price within the permissible level, and it's between the high and the low. So we're gonna use that. We're gonna use that level. If condition 2 equals true, then we need to have another array that is price. We call it price C, price catch. We're going to assign I don't know, 100 values to it. They're going to start at 0, and if condition 2 equals true, we're going to assign 1 to that. Then condition 2 equals true. We'll do begin, then begin price C of count catch, count C equals, still did it, equals this guy up here, because that's our price trigger. Yeah, now we got it. Now we got it. Equals that. And then Well, we're going to add another number to the count C every time condition 2 equals true. Okay, count C plus equals 1, and then price, then begin count C plus equals 1, price C, no, price C of count C equals that, and then we're going to end we'll do count C added up here. All right. Count C, we got that up there. We got this. Condition 2 equals true, then we begin. We add the count C plus 1. That's going to be... but also, anytime we use an array, we have to make sure that the values are within the array's bounds. So we have to say, not only condition 2 equals true, but if count C is greater than or equal to 0, and count C is less than or equal to 100, and condition 2 equals true, then begin count C plus 1, price of count C is equal to that price drop, and then we're going to end. And then yeah, so we don't need a loop there, we're just assigning, and now we have that array. Okay, so now what do we want to do with that? Now what do we do with that? I feel like with that we have to then compare what we have in our array to now once we are taking an order, we have those numbers in our array. Now, when we go back up to the beginning and we're trying to find out if we should take an order, we want to compare those against what's already in the array. So we're just going to ask if one of these prices, if one of these price drops is equal to one of these prices that's already in the array. Okay, so if one of the, so now we do need a loop. Now what do I feel? This has got to be a loop within a loop. because we need to run through all of the. Well, there's something called array compare. I wonder what that does. No, I think that compares the values at the same at a specific point. At a specific index. Not just searching within first and second dynamic array. It returns an integer value identifying any differences. Yeah, see, that's not what I'm looking for. If that's found to be true, if we have a potential there, then we need to take that potential that's that price drop is that one in the array. And then we need to compare that against the prior. Well, I thought I had it. Condition C equals 100. Condition 2 equals true. Then begin. We're going to count. Price count C equals price drop count R. Once we know the price drop, that level, price drop level. All right, I'll be right back. The dog has to, somebody's not paying the dog any attention. So I gotta go find out what's going on. I'll be back. Hey, you've probably been seeing me running around here, moving around and losing my mind. And I've been talking to you. I've been talking to you guys. I had my mic muted, so I was telling you about everything I just did. And you couldn't hear me again with the mics and the mic check. I'm not paying attention to what's going on with the mics. Nevertheless, I got it figured out. Yeah, so I'm gonna clean this up later. I'll probably hop on tomorrow, and I probably won't. We'll probably do something else tomorrow, unless Manir has something else for me to do on this. But essentially, and I can get rid of all this extra stuff. All right. Essentially, what I did was, and you see I had to go and put the comments there because as I was looking and going back and looking and looking and going back and looking, and I've got loops here going through cycles and repetitions. I've got arrays over here saving multiple variables and multiple data points, and I'm just looking like a deer in headlights, and I just, whoo. So I had to go ahead and put comments in here, and that helped, right? So, and again, like I said, in the past years and stuff, I haven't really done as many complex scripts. And so now that I'm seeing that the level of organization, that kind of thing, it's really starting to come in handy. So I'll be sure to do this. All right. So right here for this first array, we're just looking at the price gaps. We're looking the price drops. We're finding the iterations of the decrements or the increments of price that are permissible based on our gap setting and our initial target price, our initial price. All right. And so from there, if we have a new entry, did I even do anything much with the new entry? I don't think I did. Because the problem with the new entry was that it would give us what the entry prices were, but those are the market orders that came in after we got the condition to enter. So we didn't need to know what the market prices were. We needed to know what those entry levels are. So actually, all this entry price stuff right here, I think I can delete it. You want to know how I'll find out? I'll just do this. I'll mute it out or comment it out, and then I'll verify it. And if I get an error, then I was using it. I wasn't using it. Okay. So again, I tried multiple different things to figure out. I know I'm getting tired now. I can't even speak. Multiple different things. Okay. All right. So now we are down to the price array. The price array is going to save the prices from down here. And I'll tell you why I did it in this order. Here, we're counting from 1 to 100, and we are capturing. Oh. How come I didn't write out what we're doing here? Let's see. Price drop equals count P. Count P is here if at the moment when I'm the weakest. My daughter is in here playing Ninja, and now I really can't tell you what's going on. All right, so here we're determining if the current price is within one of the permissible levels. So we're looking to see all those prices that we put, all those iterations that we put there, are they between the high and the low, the current high and the low? If they are, then, honey, I'm just a regular person, guys. I am just a regular person. All right. If the price is if the current price is within, if one of those price iterations is within the current bar, then we're going to say, okay, time to pay attention, right? If we're within one of those permissible levels. All right. So then down here, we're saying price drop. Oh, okay. I know I wrote a comment for this and it disappeared. So we're taking from here, we're taking yeah, I remember right, and retrieving. We're retrieving the count RL from above, which is the level of possible entry. All right, we're going to take that and then we're going to compare that against count price C of count P. Price C of count P is, well, price C is an array which we've assigned values to down here. And the values for price C, I guess price capture is what I was saying, is the price drop, which are the levels that we potentially took an entry on. Okay, so those levels that we potentially took an entry on, we're saving that to price C. And then that way we know what levels we took an entry on. So now when we go back up to the top, now we're taking this price C in an array and we're putting it here. And then now we're just running through all of the numbers in the array, right? So count P, count P is equal to 0. Count P plus equals 1. Okay, we're going into count P equals 100. That's what I was looking for. We're continuing until count P equals 100. All right, and why? Because there was 100. There was 100 values in the price C array. So we're going to look through all of those values in the price C array, and if one of those equals the price level that we're now interested in, then we're going to say true. We're going to say that those values do equal. But now if it's true, then we don't want to take the entry because, again, we don't want to reuse the level. Okay, so now we need condition 8 to be false, right? So down here, before we take an entry, we need condition 8 to be false. But we do need condition 1 or condition 2 to be true, which just says that we're at a current level. And then condition 8 says that we have not already used the level. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Woo. Gotta pat myself on the back for this one. It's bad enough that I literally just really started using loops and arrays within the last week because they're complex enough on their own. But now on this thing, I've got 1, 2, 3 arrays. Well, I'm only using 2 arrays. I've got 2 arrays and I've got 3 loops. So this was a monster. I've been on here for 4.5 hours now. So anybody who has a shred of decency share this with somebody who you love. And subscribe. Thank you. That is all. I'm Eric. I'm out. Peace.